Good morning. Todd is back at work. Well, 5,600 is saved, yeah. Doesn't mean it won't just be lost again. Futures still haven't tested. Well, they're 5,600. 5,625 there. We tested gamma neutral. Exactly. USD JPY rejected off its upper channel. Yeah, dollar's falling against the yen right now. Hmm. Ooh, yields yields at the top. Jesus, ow. Yields at the top end of the curve bounced super fucking hard. What happened? There was no data, right? That's just from the housing data? Nope. That's been going on all morning. Oh, you bitch. mm, 5620. It's 5610. What just happened? We bounced off of gamma neutral. Well, did we test gamma neutral? I guess almost. What was gamma neutral this morning? It was like 55, 93.89. So yeah, we bounced right off of gamma neutral. I'm getting it turned on. 1 second. All right. There we go. Remember all that great advice he gave Simel on what to do for his wife on his anniversary? Yeah. Well, today marks 19 years for me and Mrs. Nitu. Oh, nice. Are you guys gonna float around the bay and collect like clams and oysters? We did that last week. Didn't you see the seafood feast? I posted in Discord. I did, but I blocked it out of my memory. You think the current value of 190 for Fubo is correct, given the company and its current form? I think it's a bit underpriced. I think most of that is pricing in the risk from their current lawsuit against Disney. Do you think bulls are going to fail today? And we close under 5,600. Well, they lost a bunch of their support. Um, it would appear that nobody liked the fucking housing data. Imagine house prices falling through the entirety of the summer. It's awkward, right? Um, they lost like their supportive call positions, like 56, 10, and 15. There's still some shit out of the money, but I think those calls are mostly sold. Given the sheer amount of positioning at 5,600, we probably stay kind of just pinned to that. But there were and are out of the money puts bought to the downside of that today. So we could pull under 5,600. It'll be tough. Like to stay there too, right? We'd have to lose gamma neutral, which probably hasn't had time to move closer to spot yet. Maybe later in the day. IWM's getting cooked. Yeah. I feel like today's data is not great for home builders, financials. Probably not great for fintech either. Are you still in Express? Are they still in business? No, no, I'm not. I was out of Express a long time ago. You think we get anywhere near 25 today? What would that take at this point? 25? Like 50, 56, 25? Wouldn't take much. Just a push up from here. Gamma to the upside of 5610 is pretty flat since the calls all collapsed. Yeah, I don't think it would take a lot of effort to push us up there. This whole range is pretty loose. Price should be able to move pretty quickly between 5,600 and 5,625. Are you still into Rev and Bobby? Do you mean companies that actually? I sold Bobby when it ran. Rev is gone, stolen from us on the night by a slightly overweight monopoly man. Richmond miss. That might not be so bad. How big of a mess? Ah, okay, that's a big mess. Never mind. Consumer confidence is slightly up though, so that's cool. Dallas services will be important. Does Tub have any future run potential? Tub's tips are about to cross. Its liquidity is fucked. It looks like it's gonna run. I don't know why. They haven't. I don't think they've even released financials, but I guess enough time has passed. When was their last big run? May. Jesus. Although it still needs to get above the $1.50 strike. Eh, that kind of sucks. Let's see. Getting some calls out at 56.20.25. Sold puts 85.90, 5600. It's kind of pushing things towards 56.15, which is resistance to the upside. We're just here. I guess we could just sit here. There's nothing wrong with this price. That looks fucking dull. Any carryover on momentum from yesterday? Momentum from yesterday is still kind of shitty. Looks okay on the 5 minute and the 1 minute though. Maybe the 1 minute's failing. Yes. Okay. Not a lot of gamma here. Supportive gamma. Can we dump from here? It's looking weak. Could. I don't know how low we dump though. Probably just find support at 5600 again. What's gonna happen if Nvidia misses? That would be bad for everything, I think. Yeah. Do. Is there a world where Nvidia doesn't miss? I don't think they're very likely to miss. You haven't talked about UGI in a while. Talked about it yesterday. It's getting back up around $25. Getting, well, close. Might take a hit here soon. The dividend's coming up in a couple weeks. Doesn't mean the stock won't go down. I mean, they could beat and the stock could go down. Frankly, I think the only thing everyone cares about is their guidance. Fubo dying. Covered call time. Fubo's actually still getting covering. A little bit. I would say probably, but ETF FTDs are coming up soon. And with the recent run, they might be more impactful. Mm, does kind of look like shit though. I would say losing 80 is probably pretty bad here. But might see it get shorted back down to like 160, 150. My two hole is on fire. Nashville hot chicken was a bad idea. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, your name's Cheeseburger. You should have stuck to what you know. I sold my Fubo calls 250% when everyone was making fun of me. Why was everyone making fun of you? I don't think anybody made fun of you. How? What the fuck was that? You son of a bitch. What day is today? Tuesday? Oh, I'm just sitting those. I don't really care what happens all the time. Who uses the word paper hands in the pickle jar anymore? Are you hanging out in the pores chat, Hamburger Helper? With the pores? Gross. Ew, yeah. Ugh. I'm talking about paper hands, but it's because I need lotion. Consolidation after the hard bounce, bullish or bearish from a TA perspective. Why didn't Ko-Fi read that? Um, well, the initial consolidation was bullish. It's broken out though already. Not a very strong breakout. Not super bullish consolidation either. So, fairly weak. Might be kind of low volume, at least on ES. Not that great. Vol's still getting shorted pretty hard though, so we might continue to see price improvement. And tech's doing okay here. The long end of the curve moved up super fucking hard. So we're getting some re-inversion. Hold on, I need to fucking... Where is core 3 month? There it is. That's finish. Yeah, correlation's starting to push a little higher right now. So tech may fail. Might just be residual from this morning's super fun price action. What did I want to do? I want the JPY 3 month new pain. JPY 6 month. Nice. Hold on. I gotta rebuild all my fucking charts again. Where is that one? Zero. Perfect. Son of a bitch. Isn't it just inversion? Yeah, more inversion. But it's starting to turn back around now. 2 and 5 are starting to move up a little bit more. The 10, 20, 30 are pulling back. People are making fun of me here in the regular YouTube chat when I reported I sold my Fubo calls. Oh, in the YouTube chat? I barely read this stuff. I only know about the Discord. Oh, okay, you guys arguing this. I took profits on Fubo on this side, that side, and right in the middle as well. Lol, and I'll do it again. Yeah. Thought of a good microtransaction add-on you could sell with your app. Why'd you put app in quotes? Provide the purchaser to see which chart in the app your user last viewed. You're welcome. So it's going to be the same chart. Why are people worried about internet people's opinions? Psychosocial relationships? No, parasocial. Make fun of all of you equally. Gherkin and I go back and forth while Mrs. Carl has given him that good old gobbledygook. I don't even want to know what that is. CBOT ZQ1 100. I'm just indexing the Fed Fund futures. I'm using it to determine how many rate cuts they're pricing in over the the front end of the Fed Fund futures curve. Maladaptive relationships are the core of the pickle jar. It's a pretty cool indicator. It also works in real time, which is nice. Nope. Why is that like that? Core 3 ohm, SPX, boom. Skew just needs a little line. That doesn't need anything. That needs the correlation analysis tool. Bop. Colorblind. Boom. Cool. All right, I did it. I did all the things. Perfection. Can we see the things? No. Well, what do you want to see? Oh, because I didn't show them to you last night. Sure. Yeah, nothing's happening on SPX right now. So, commodities are pretty flat today, obviously. Oil pulled back a little bit after yesterday's insane run. Yields on the 10, 20, and 30 rocketed this morning. But they are kind of cooling off a little bit now, which is going to take some wind out of the bulls' sails. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month are moving up, so dispersion starting to break down a little bit. Leverage in the carry trade remains high, but is kind of falling off a bit on the 10-year as the yield curve uninverts and forward pricing on volatility falls back below 0, which it looks like it's starting to do. Bond vol's up a little bit. It's a little bit more tail risk hedging picked up. 90% of the S&P above its 20. And, fuck out of my way. Correlation dropping a little bit, but we're not getting like a big spread there or anything. And then Fed Fund futures pricing in 0.89, which is down quite a bit from this morning. Where oh wait, no, is that this morning? This is this morning. No, up one bip from this morning. Sorry, I thought I was looking at a different time frame. It did that today. It went from 8.9 to 8.95, which is very exciting. Oh, fuck you, Microsoft. Bitch. ETF FTD covering on FIBO should be like end of this week out through Wednesday of next. So I'd say like the 29th through the 4th, probably. Something like that. I'm not sure how you deciphered that code. I don't understand what's confusing about it. It's the 30-day Fed Fund futures, right? Well, 100 minus so you're getting a negative value on the Fed Fund futures. And then you're subtracting 100 minus the forward Fed Fund futures from that to get the spread. Yeah, simple. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Just you just use the math to get the number you want. Oh, hey, we broke up. Totally missed that. That's bullshit. Well, here we go for 25. So much for this failing after getting rejected. Bullish? Yeah, why not? Calls kind of fall off after 25, but being above 25 is a lot more stable for the bullish positioning. A little bit more padding on the gamma there. My version was pause video, zoom in, copy your equation. Thief. Subtracting two things is proprietary. How dare you? You know what you'll never get your hands on? Gherk's wiener. Which, interestingly, said that we're going to 5626 today. It's right there. I put the orange line on it. See? Remember, everyone, 1 tablespoon of mustard should accompany 1 Gherk's wiener. It's spelled... God damn it. It's spelled like that, okay? You're talking about like a hot dog or glizzy. When forward yield is at or over 5% on volatility, it's above the Fed funds rate. I hope we don't get gulped. Have you been on the Centaur Girls sub? No, I don't know. Is that a thing? Also, what the fuck is wrong with you? Not king shaming you, just calling you weird. Go, 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 EV. Oh, is it going up? Oh, shit! My CSPs. Oh, give me like 30 more cents. That's nice. That's a higher low. Hmm. We've done it. There it is. 56.25. Oh, but Girk, why haven't you closed your Microsoft spread? I can't. Well, I could, but I'm not going to burn a day trade for $100. Jizzeth online glizeth. Good morning, Dork. Oh, nice. Pigeon Wells are sharing foot pics. You know, interestingly, what could have been a really shitty day for the Bulls, just fine because all the Bears took profit. Jayfresh and I had sex and made up. Oh, thank God. Listening to you two argue like children is the worst. Don't lie, you thrive on it. It also keeps you from returning to those seedy Brooklyn bars. But that's where I was when you guys started arguing. Nvidia gained 93 billion in 10 minutes because the SPX hit GN. Health. Yeah, well, that sounds pretty healthy. Hmm. Oh, you timed out Bob. What did he say? Interesting. Bull's got much more gamma gas in the tank, or is this it? So there's not a lot of calls above 25. But yeah, that might be it. If it loses 20, we're probably going to drop. This is a fun range. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Left a gap at 14. Is now a good entry for Netflix or more uppies? What do you want to do to Netflix? You want to short it? Uh, still a shitload of calls at 700. Things are kind of bearish below 690 though. Hey, there's the 700 test. It could technically go as high as 720. Falls up a little bit on it. Yeah, I'd be careful shorting it here. It could reject again, but it's going to be a weaker rejection than the last one. Yeah, I heard about Hindenburg filing a short report against SMCI. What? The AI bubble is accounting fraud? How dare you? Shorting things that go up because that's probably the top is the best. Hmm. I couldn't agree more. I mean, from a fun perspective, it really is. Profitable? Eh. There's no way this could go up, down, sideways, more. No way whatsoever. The gambler. Pickle Jar's doing that thing again where they're trying to play the thing that I made money on after I made money on it. I used to have fun shorting tops until I shorted the wrong one. Riley auditors are going to withdraw from the engagement today. Too much fraud. I discovered Beanhead. That was fun. I wish Beanhead would go back down so I could have fun with it again, but... Did you end up exiting Tulio? No? Is it time? Eh. My break-even's at like 62. I should finally just fucking go up. I've been chopping at this call wall for like 3 weeks now. If it breaks 65, I would add to it. Ooh. How's my Zom doing today? It's almost time to sell covered calls again. Shit. Study says it would take 22.7 years to eat at all New York City restaurants, 3 meals a day. I bet you could narrow it down to like 7 places. I mean, I don't know why you would want to. You probably, yeah, okay. It's old study. But, I think you wouldn't want to eat it like 90% of those. When a firm audits NVIDIA, big fraud. You're an accountant, Cobra. Let's talk about GAAP revenues and non-GAAP revenues. Imagine eating a chopped cheese at every bodega in New York City. You would definitely die by like day 5. Well, yeah, you'd get food poisoning. Win time to buy SPX puts under 56.18, maybe? I need to see if we're building out of the money call interest on this bounce. Or if we're just gonna run into resistance here and fail again. Still trading on like a weird little island. A big fat fucking gap to the downside. How are bulls not gonna push the all-time high before NVIDIA though? Right? Like that seems essential. You're still adding Oxy at 56. No. I do have a buy order at 54.25. I think. Wow, actually that might have canceled. That may not be sitting there anymore. I might have a buy order at 54. I don't really want to average my Oxy up. I've got my cost basis way down now. I don't want to fuck with it. So IWM to 225. I did not say that. IWM still has a ton of resistance at 220. We're not getting a ton of out of the money call interest building up. Right now, which might make this more of a resistance. Well, it's just a resistance, I guess. Would you enter Microsoft now? I'd add to it if it falls back below VWAP. I had a bear call spread, 695, 700 Netflix. Just hedged it with a call because of everything today. I forgot to set a stop on it yesterday. So I figured hedging was the best bet to vortex myself, then just eat a straight L to hedge myself. How did your phone correct hedge to vortex? What's your cost basis? I think I've got it down to like 48 or something like that now. I sold in the money cover calls on it, and they've done fantastically, actually. Hard to get liquidity though. Rejection needs to reject more than that. Did the stream die? What the fuck was that? Xiao Yang, welcome to Long Johnson. Oh, that's the wrong button. Thank you so much. Do you normally use ZooUp as an indicator to average up or down? No, but in this instance, I might. I'm still on my honeymoon. Santorini was extremely overrated. I'm glad we didn't stay there long. Did you have a euro? I know it's a cheap country, but you need to take more than 1 euro. I said euro. Dick. Why is this guy checking on the pickle jar during the honeymoon? Real degen? Just post not clarity. Euros aren't a currency, Gherk. God damn it. What happened to the idiot trade? It's still there. I just don't want it in the way of the watch list because it's getting large. And I haven't made a trade against it today. Speaking of which, wonder if we're gonna break up from here. What do we see? Calls building and falling off. Well, the final product shows something similar. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, yields at the top end are starting to fall off again. But forward yield on volatility is not improving much here. Carry trade's breaking down a little bit. Yen's rising against the dollar. Ooh. Fed funds futures went the other way. Dallas services, not good. Services revenues are up though, so charging more money for fewer services. Good job, Dallas. Fucking winning. We got an auction at 11:30, 42-day bill. Say European. We actually diverted all resources away from cool indicators to develop Popcorn's buy certain puts here indicator. Yeah, it's been pricey, but you know, that's what you get when you pay for bespoke indicators. Still got credit spreads on ABBV. Yep. Quite a lot of them, actually. Ooh, ABBV is down today. That's a first. I don't know what to do with this information. Yeah, bear calls. We've just been selling like 250 wide spreads above the trend since it kept breaking out. But I still have some like 90, 87, 50 spreads on it, which would be cool if they go back in the money. I've just been rolling them. I think I have till like September 20th on them. And then I have a bunch at 95. Yeah, 95 and 200, 205. But those fall off at the end of this week. Well, end of this week and the 20th. That's never gonna happen. Pterodactyl. If I was losing my money, my wife 100% wouldn't be letting me do this. Look at you, honest about your finances. What's your timeline on AQN? 1 to 2 years? I thought I put a price target in there. However long it takes to get to that. Yeah, I got a big fat position now, so just unzip and drip, right? Oh my god. That's amazing. I need to write that down. There's a pen. I'm gonna write it in the value channel so I don't forget. Oh, look, someone tagged me in here like a month ago. You don't need to write it down. No one here will forget unzip and drip. I'll forget. That's why I need to write it down. Can you post a value divvy port update? Yeah, I could fucking at some point. God damn. Sure, yeah. Is it just oil and T-bills at this point? Oh, and paint? Don't not mock my paint. I'm confused why Carvana's put cost raises as Carvana price raises. Well, volatility on Carvana's going up and puts cost more than calls. That's like the market makers saying this piece of shit's overvalued. Was paint outperforming BTI? Yeah. Yeah. It's up 25% since like earnings. Wow. 13% since earnings. Can't sell calls on it though. No one wants to buy them. Which paint? Sherwin? It's the only paint. Why the fuck would you buy Sherwin here? $56.35 the top? No. But resistance? We could test 50. It's like so slow incremental upside tends to be really bullish. And they're shorting the fuck out of vol today. BTI is up 30% since you mocked me. Did I mock you? Or did I say that their business model is collapsing? I feel like I didn't mock you at all. I remember you asking about it when it was like at like $30. And I was like, why? Well, the question still stands. I think people are just buying it to get a better yield than treasuries. The Microsoft position, are you hedging it overnight? No. It's a fucking debit spread. That's like $100 debit spread. What's there to hedge? Did Costco have news? I don't think so. Consumer confidence was up today. I bought 500 shares of TCPC. Okay. I mean, I know it's really cheap right now, so that's fine. The dividends on it is ridiculous. I don't even know if I have any left. I think I sold mine at 11. I have to go look. Would I buy more here? Maybe. Fucking margins took a big hit. 38.42 a share, but standardized loss. I have to see if I have any left. It's a close-ended end fund. Okay, so don't hedge plays that are 10% of a full port. Jesus Christ. All the money I made on BTI, I'm gonna lose on Upstart, so F. Are you still shorting it? Interesting. Constantly. It hurts. Just wait. It's... Upstart's usually pretty slow to give back its gains. $29% of my port is puts. Am I doing this right? Probably not. Google seems to be one of the biggest laggers of the Mag 7. Do you think there's a play there, or do regulatory issues pose too much risk to get back to all-time high territory any soon? I mean, Google's lagged the entire like bull run for the most part, right? It only really got like a surge of interest after the April correction. I'd be careful with it. I don't think the chain's kind of sparse. Like everyone would rather just put their money with things that aren't being, threatened with a forced breakup. That's not a QQQ strangler for NVIDIA earnings. Vol will be expensive. But yeah, you could. I wouldn't buy Upstart anywhere near $40. You think they may not cut? Yeah, it's possible. Shipping costs are sky high right now. A dollar is down. Or it's a good recipe for inflation to spike again. Hard. Upstart's bullish when no one's paying back their loans. Upstart shouldn't care if people pay back their loans. Upstart should only care about selling its loans so that it doesn't hold them on its books. Why up today? Well, initially because puts took profit. Then we got okay data from like consumer confidence and Dallas Fed. What if unemployment spikes again next week? Everyone will be super scared. Also, the Fed will definitely cut. Netflix squeezing the 700 call strike here, or at 710? Maybe a little. It is not at an all-time high. It is short of the all-time high by like $4. Looks pretty good though. How high can it go? Could go as high as like 730. Really tough, but 715.20 doesn't seem impossible. Unemployment won't spike again until next year's revision. Well, the unemployment's going to be up anyway because of the revision, right? It changes the year-over-year values. Market has until end of day tomorrow to get new all-time high, and then Nvidia adds $3 trillion in market cap, new all-time high. Why would the stock move towards GN before moving higher? But it bounced off of GN, but the bounce from that is failing. Are you asking why stocks are pulled towards gamma neutral? Because the market maker's positive gamma hedge collapses as it approaches that point. Costco trading at a higher PE than Nvidia is something. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna get ready to short Costco soon. I think that was the last leg of its upside options interest. 920. 925 maybe. Slow grind up is looking pretty bullish here. Well, it stays bullish unless we lose like 25.20. That's where all the support is. But yeah, this is a far more stable range for us to trade flat in. Like, you called this bounce. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you called Costco looking bullish in Discord a few days ago. I did. I did not play it though. I was well, I forgot. I did actually want to play the breakup of 900 on Costco. But no, I did not. I'm okay with just waiting for it to top out and then shorting it again. That worked out well last time. Maybe it'll get to like 1,000. As long as they don't fucking split it. Crypto miners made 100,000 from mining at an Airbnb for 3 weeks, leaving the host with $1,500 electricity bill per Tom's Hardware. Why didn't they just pay him back? Like, that's really low overhead. How do I buy some Netflix calls? Alright. It's not super bullish up here, but it's got a little bit more room to run. probably would want to wait and see if 700 acts as support. And then if it does, that might be a good entry. Failure. You don't make money by paying bills, Gherk. You have to walk all over people and treat them like dirt to get to the top. Is that what your boss taught you? $3 weeks of Airbnb for a $1,500 electric bill? I don't know. Maybe the house had solar? Fuck, I don't know. The stories like sound stupid. I'm more impressed with the 3 weeks of mining to make 100 grand. What did they like mine cum rocket at the bottom or something? My boss is an amazing human being working for a non-profit who refuses to pay me more money for doing no work whatsoever. See, that's untenable. None of that story adds up. Yeah. Red candle. If we lose 21, there's no support. Airbnb was in India, so 1,500 USD was a lot. Okay. Hmm. Wait, does CrowdStrike have earnings tonight? Oh, it's tomorrow. God damn it. Hmm. Is it safe to renter puts? What? Re-enter? Re-enter? No, I don't think this is bearish unless we lose 18. 18 or 17. There's still support at 20. And we've already bounced back over 25. So, yeah. A little bit of resistance at 30, 35 still, but 25, 20 are supportive. Now, if we fail this bounce and get a continuation, that could be fun. Can I buy Pontiff? We're drinking Malort, shooting guns, and doing Jenny Craig. Wait a second. Malort's not on the Jenny Craig diet. Conrad, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club at the end of the stream. What could SPX drop down to if it fails? Ooh, 5,600. And technically, it did fail to recover 25, so this is slightly bearish. And vol's still turning up. Oh. Fuck, I was supposed to add to that. Whoops. Don't want to just close these and open leaps. Questions. $2 each. That is 10 times more expensive. Interesting. We lost 18. Big deal. Still an 85 billion in 4-week bills. So. Things are more bearish here. Pretty significantly. 5600 still support though. Loss of 5600, very bad. Start squeezing out short puts below it. Day. I don't know about that. This is pretty weak. We need to get back above 56, 17 to move back up into the call interest. Left a gap there. Selling the 05 and the 10. Risky. Could get another continuation down. I don't think this looks all that great. I'm getting a decent amount of put selling at like 5610.05 and 5600. So I'm sure we'll probably find some support in here. I'm not sure it's going to be at 5610 though. It might be closer to 5605 or 5600. Curious. If you ever handed Microsoft, no regrets. Fair. Regrets. Well, we can see there aren't any buyers at the prior top, all-time high. Looks like they need that double whammy of Nvidia and strong GDP. What happens if they get one and not the other? Mixed. It's gonna be a mixed reaction. Nvidia's got a pretty tough needle to thread anyway. $56.15 has been annoying for me for 5 days. Yeah, it's a fucking stupid level. And there's I mean, part of the problem with it is there's no interest at it. Like for the last few days, Friday too. There's just been no interest at 56.15 at all. Does it look like they stopped the drop? Maybe. They are selling the puts. CCPC value go up in the event of a rate cut, considering that they have bought the debt thus far. They were at one point my hedge against a cutting cycle. So 605, 610, 655, 495. I thought SSSS was our only hedge against a cut. No, but it is one. They've had some insider buying recently, too. Hmm. What are you goobers talking about? Netflix puts? Insane? I don't know. Everyone wants to short it before it gets to the top, I guess. It got rejected at 708. It's very exciting for people. It's probably not a terrible short, but if 700 turns into support, it's going to be a terrible short really, really fast. What changed on what? Did you link the idiot trade? I didn't put it into fucking... Hold on. How much was it? 690, 515. Oh, sorry. There you go. So far, I have to have more stuff I need to do with it. If we stay around here too long, I'm probably going to turn it into a butterfly. Will we break the 5600 wall today? It seems kind of unlikely. I will say momentum is kind of falling off. It's definitely not. It's definitely not impossible, but I'm not a huge fan. $56.08 is a brick wall. It should be a fairly strong support. Hmm. Fall's not up much at all. No, it's not. Yeah, the 610, 605 is still getting sold pretty heavily. Should give us a bit of a boost. Turn it into a butterfly would be a long put butterfly. No. Oh, speaking of which, let me just see what this looks like. So sold the 49 for 10 cents. That's boring. UNH double topped at 92. That's not a super good look. This might actually be a really good time to short UNH. Hmm. 84. Still got support at 80. Bunch of delta shows off there. Hmm. Why is TCPC no longer your rate hike hedge? It was a rate hike hedge, but I cut it. I sold it back when it was at like $11. And not recently either, like back in Feb. So I've been out of it for a little while. I might get some. I might pick some up. It's cheap right now. Netflix is up because of the consumer confidence report. And because it has a shitload of calls at 700 through 720. It already pulled back. You're like literally buying the bounce. Without confirming a breakdown. I do think that Netflix is up because of the Wyatt Earp documentary. Sure. The fuck is MSOS? Why the fuck would you buy that? Is it the cannabis ETF? What confirms the breakdown on SPX here? To break down from here, we need to lose 5608, which will probably be pretty well defended. There's a lot of short prints at 5605 and 5600. This was never going to be a super interesting day. We just had a nice bounce in the morning. I watch you at 0.75 speed on YouTube. The price is always wrong, and that's not very helpful. Why don't you just keep it in real time? Never mind. I understand that's preposterous. I'm hungry. Why the fuck would I still be on Spirit? Tech doesn't look super hot here. You can stop asking me about delisted stocks. Did I ever even own Naked? I probably did at one point. Hey, Spider-Man. Ooh, GME is gonna lose 20 bucks. I just went back to your first Pickles pick. Back in August 2021, we didn't celebrate the milestone. Huh. Interesting. Stop reminding him he's been doing this for 3 years. Yeah, it's been a while. I miss when Pickles Picks knew that selling options is illegal. Just pure degen directional plays. Yeah, but nobody wants to buy puts on Microsoft for $900 a pop. You miss it too, Gherk. I know. But you guys are irresponsible. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't always work. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I missed the dip this early this morning to close the put side of my straddle. Am I fucked now? Probably, yeah. There's a bit of support there. I don't know. I guess NQ could fail, but it doesn't look like it is. I've been straddling IWM every night, just like Poo Poo Pants recommends. And I'm not gonna lie, I miss port 23, but port 24 feels like a winner. IWM's that's an okay straddle. Risky. I've tried straddling IWM a few times, and the biggest problem I have with it is the options tend to be priced a little too efficiently. And the short vols, not as good. Why would I use Dork? Why would I use Dork as a blood bag? I would get someone healthy. Dork's been coding Python like 20 hours a day for the last 6 months. I get like an Olympic finalist, you know, not. And that way you get the secondary steroids too. Not some desk jockey. Gherkin get way too stoned from my blood. QQQ is looking a little bit more bullish here. Yeah, bounced on the trends, recovering. It looks decent. If Dork keeps coding like that, he's gonna become a libertarian and go work for Ryan Cohen. What if Dork's already a libertarian and he just doesn't tell us because we make fun of libertarians? Libertarians are so weird. Like their whole thing is like, I want society and law and order, but I don't want to pay taxes. Who's gonna pay the taxes? The rich? It's not. That's never the answer. The government is gonna pay the taxes. Fucking communists, right? That sounds awesome. You just convinced me to be a libertarian. Do libertarians think their philosophy is best for society at large or just for themselves? It seems to be mostly focused on themselves. Like, they don't want to pay taxes, but they want the benefits of other people paying taxes. They're really just one step away from becoming sovereign citizens. Sovereign citizens differ in that they don't want the laws to apply to them. And they think they can just conjure up a bunch of legal gobbledygook and save themselves. Land pirates, land travelers. What's the government intervening in? They barely do anything. What are you, like a chemical manufacturer? Like, who's fucking worried about government intervention? Have you seen the stock market? The government doesn't intervene in shit. How do you think UNH looks long term? I had 35 shares from a long time ago, and I'm considering selling them. I think they would do very well if we hit a recession or any kind of economic downturn. We don't mind paying taxes, but only apply to protecting from fraud, harm, etc. What about education? So that your children don't grow up to be libertarians like you. That was a hot burn. We're extremely protected against education. There's no way that education be a societal problem. You know what, Poopy? I'm gonna leave that one alone. Yep. I apologize, not really, for the chaos I created. I love chaos. It's my lifeblood, me too. Are there libertarians here right now? Probably. We have at least one flat earther, too. I think the micro Gherks might be sovereign citizen wannabes since they don't want to follow any rules, nor do they pay taxes. Interesting. Do they cite international accords when they get in trouble? You banned that guy? The flat earther? Did I? I don't think I banned him. I think he just left. And then he came back like a week later, and then we all made fun of him again. And he was like, "You'll find out," and then left again. The Magna Charta? Oh my god. I need to use that for something. Did you see that the Seattle airport got hacked? What's their ticker? How does SPX look this afternoon? Really boring. Boeing. Is it too early to straddle QQQ for NVIDIA earnings? I'm worried about options spiking due to others straddling Wednesday end of day. It's already priced in. What do you think? QQQ's not pricing in the largest tech earnings of the season? How did we get the fucking moon dust, Lord Warrior? Should I buy Target for recession? You mean should you have? Stop repeating yourself, Grey Pubes. I saw it when you wrote it the first time and it wasn't funny. I was trying to save you from the embarrassment, but clearly you wanted it. They scraped the bottom of an old lady's foot and called it moon dust. They had rocks. It wasn't just dust. It was full rocks. So you're telling me for 80 years we've just fooled every scientist on the planet with fake samples? Well, I mean, but he solved it. Do you really think we landed on the moon? Why is that so hard to believe? Do you think it's hard to get there? It is, though? Why haven't they done it again? Well, because there's nothing there. And it's pretty hard to convince the American taxpayers that's a great idea a second time. Well, I'm sorry. Like, what, eighth time? How many times have we been to the moon? The fuck are you talking? You just bring them back. Do you think you can't bring something back from the moon? Or are you talking about Boeing? You think December Vega 2Ds are enough theta? I think they're overpriced. I can't believe it's harder to get back from the moon. Just throw some of the rocks and start floating back towards Earth. Bring enough sandwiches and you're set. The Earth takes care of the rest. Yeah, I don't think throwing the rocks is quite enough. If they start a rumor that going to the moon makes your peen grow, we would have an elevator there overnight. I mean, I'm sure Buzz Aldrin got laid a lot, right? DMs. Ooh. I like it. When's Yellen going to be forced to sell long duration? After cuts? Yeah. Here, I'll try to make it more interesting. Man, we failed to fill the upside gap on that bounce. That's kind of shitty, right? Is there a diamond top on SPX on the 15-minute? Yeah. There's one on the 1 hour. I'm super grossed out by Yellen. We need a hotter treasurer. Don't you ever talk about the juice caboose that way again. Thank you, Carl. He needed timed out for that. I'm trying to find a way to describe this treasurer without being disrespectful. She looks like a aged turtle, like a caked up turtle. I could probably find something that helps. Mm. Something like this. Dump truck. Jordan's. Nice. Just walked into YouTube stream to see turtle pants. I think I see it's a boring day. This is a flattering description of our treasurer. Yeah, I thought so. Here's another fitting image. The fuck yes. Can't wait for Yellen to retire and go back to making Keebler elf cookies. I have so many questions about the last image. I think it's from a children's movie. I just checked my spam filter and it's full of Newegg trying to sell me faulty Intel CPUs. Nice. We staying flat all day? It's looking increasingly like that. Well, flat all day until the end, where we jump really hard to one price or the other, right? My wife says she wants to try role-playing a schoolgirl fetish. I just don't know how I feel about wearing the skirt. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Carl. It's not going to be too much different than a kilt. The Microsoft play to get out of it, if it goes above 416-ish, do you close both sides and take a loss? Or do you sell the profitable side and then wait and sell the other side? Or just close it? Just, Carl, you finally have the opportunity to do what men have wanted to do for 30 years. Just put on one of your old wife beaters, a pair of your gray sweatpants from high school, lay in bed, and tell her you have a headache. Make sure your hair's really messed up too, so you look kind of trashy and hot. Has no chill. Shots fired. Oh, hey, look. Red candle. I mean, you can. If it's a longer dated debit spread, I mean, this one's just a weekly, but if it's longer dated and it moves against you, you can like close the short put and then open a short put closer to spot and pick up more credit, and then you can use that credit to roll the out of the money put up. All the jokes about you having Carl's wife is just a joke, right? Yeah. It's humor. Jolly fun. One last set of DMs and then I'll fuck off. What is it? Oh. A spy could lose 560 before 3 p.m. That would be great. Hmm. I would prefer if we just stayed right here for the rest of the day. Well, although I guess I just guaranteed that won't happen. Hmm. Is there a bill auction at 1? Yeah, that's correct. The 2-year. I want to know the answer to Grackle's question. Have you ever met anyone from the pickle jar in person? Just curious. No. No. Define in person. No. I would never. No, only their wives. Never? I mean, unless legally obligated. You can't meet your heroes. That's why Pontiff's so expensive. Okay, I'm not going to any ranches. I already told you guys. If we're having a meeting, like an in-person meeting, we're going somewhere cool, and it's not going to be a fucking ranch in Montana. Lol, humble? Humble is not a trait I aspire to. Japanese Costco? Now that sounds fucking dope. I want to buy that bag of, it's like just ocean parts. Turn it into like a stew or something. Get shit-faced in an IKEA. That could be fun. Y'all can meet up at my beach house or a quant meeting. I'll let y'all have it for free access. Alright, I'm taking the quants to Paris. What's a cool place called Grapevine, Texas? There's a warehouse there. Maybe that's an idea of a meeting place. Nah. Can we bring quant kids? No, that's the whole point. I mean, yeah, you don't want to do that. How would we accomplish anything? Oh, to Paris? Quants in Paris is my favorite AI song. Haven't you guys seen Home Alone? They just sat in a hotel room with their awful children the entire time. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that the only people that think other people's children, or the only people that think children are awesome, are the parents of those children. The Chili's restaurant that banned you? Which one? And pedos. Yeah, well, I didn't think we needed to bring them up again. What's up, bot? I thought it was Fridays. I'm banned from both. I'm not banned from Applebee's. And I'm only banned from one Chili's, technically. I'm banned from all TGI Fridays. I already warned Applebee's about you. They banned you. How would any TGI Fridays ever know? They have my ID, so I can go to a TGI Fridays, but if I try to buy a drink and they scan my ID, I'm asked to leave. There's only one Chili's left? Or are they going out of business too? Banned because of fighting or just sloppy? What, from Fridays? I don't know. I've only seen videos. Fuddruckers doesn't exist anymore, and they were awful. Not that Fridays is better, but please tell me you did something to the Jack Daniels sauce. There was Jack Daniels involved, but it had nothing to do with any type of sauce. Gherk banged a waitress on the bar. It was 10 a.m. It was 1 p.m., and I did not bang a waitress on the bar. I think TGIF sweet iced tea gave me diabetes. That makes sense. Okay, tried to? No, I don't think I tried to bang anybody. Well, I was already drunk from the night before. Positioning update, resistance at 25 and 20, support at 10 and 05. Not much in between the two. There's 2 Fuddruckers in New Jersey if you get an itch. Nope. Of course they'd be in New Jersey. If there were any other women on the internet, they'd be very mad at you for that. So I was I was on a bit of a bender. And I woke up and I was still drunk when I woke up, and I was like, ooh, if I go get more drunk, I'll never get hungover. But there weren't a lot of places open to drink at the time, or at least near my hotel. And so I ended up drinking at a TGI Fridays. And Genuine's Pony came on in the bar area during what I assume was mostly a corporate luncheon hour. And the rest is history. Nobody should be held accountable while Pony is playing. Exactly. Gherkin, I don't work here. HR ain't got shit on me. I wasn't singing the lyrics. This is around, well, I better not tell anybody around what date it was. Or what city. I'm imagining the worst. It was worse than that. How many of them came back to your room? Well, just the one I went there with. I was young. And in much better shape. So it wasn't nearly as offensive as it would be if I did it now. It's on your permanent record. It's actually not. Security didn't call the cops on me. They just made me get a taxi. No, not the music video. Their fault for playing Genuine during lunch, right? You've never seen the video, I hope. Centaur dancing to Pony. All I hear is hooves clicking. Did you ascend onto an elevated platform? I was on the bar. Let me reiterate. I was blackout drunk. I don't remember much. Did your company land the deal? No. I wasn't there for business. How was the auction? Bid to cover 2.68, high yield 3.874 with a pre-sale yield of 3.880. It's a no tail. Words 51.01% of bid at high. Dealers take 12 and direct 19. Dealers take 12, direct 19, indirect 69. Ooh, Mester came out. Formerly Fed President Loretta Mester came out and said, I don't think the Fed is behind the curve. I don't support a 50 bips rate cut out of the box. It's like they got rid of all the hawkish Fed presidents one by one. I wish I could be a fly on the wall during their meetings. Why? Flies can't open brokerage accounts. This isn't the Caymans. When I listen to JPOW again, we do not seek or welcome further cooling and labor is really the only semi-decisive thing he said. Yeah, it's called the Fed put. This is really exciting. But LLCs can open a brokerage on behalf of the said fly. True. Test. You were only timed out for like a couple of minutes, Hamburger Helper. And that was Carl, and because you insulted Janet Yellen's juicy caboose. How's the ceiling mosquito doing? You mean the one that I killed on my ceiling 2 years ago? It's still there. If I find the video, can I have one of Jork's bips to keep it quiet? Yes. I don't need that video circulating. It's embarrassing how fat I've gotten. Hmm. Why don't you use standing desk? There we go. Better? Oh, I've disturbed dust somewhere. Oh no. Hmm. This is actually pretty comfy. I don't think you stood up. Yeah, I did. Now you look like Tim the Toolman's neighbor in Home Improvement. This is excellent. I wonder if we could break 25 so I could sell some fucking calls. Ah, but I'm short Microsoft. Look at a little kid trying to block an IMAX screen from the front row. Yeah, you're short. 3'6". Now you guys know. Perfect height for Yellen. You're gonna be a much worse trader from this height. I'm gonna go get food. I'll be back. Well, this is fun. Shorts get steamrolled here. There's sold calls at 40, 45, 50. The fact that we haven't broken up to 35 is not a great sign. Getting hung up at 30 is weird. Hmm. Hmm. Selling the 30 safe or weird? It's probably pretty risky. Dixie took a dump when you left. I kind of want to sell calls here, but yeah, I feel like it's too early. Microsoft's just kind of chopping at GN right now. It hasn't failed. How have you been, Richie? You can average down the Microsoft spreads now. Yeah, I can. I'm not sure this is where I want to do it, though. End of summer was hectic. Aren't you in Connecticut? Like by Stamford? Didn't that whole area get fucked when in the like recent storms? I'm thinking of someone else. I feel like you're the person I had the argument with about New Haven pizza being shit. Also the northwest area. Oh, okay. Yeah, one of my buddies said there was like 10 feet of water in his house. I guess some like dam broke or something, and the whole area just got fucked. I can't exit my strangles properly anymore. I mean, I'm not entirely sure you should be strangling when VIX is under, like, at or under 16. But, what strangles did you have? There's not much help now. We've already blown up your port. Why don't people ever ask questions before they blow their ports up? I've been strangling SPY, usually 3 to 5 day to expiry, one up, down from spot around 3:45 p.m. Okay. So what are you doing wrong? I mean, I'm not going to get into the several reasons why I don't think that's a great position, but over the last few weeks, that position should have printed almost every day. So where are you fucking it up? Closing too early? Closing too late? I hope we break up here so I can finally sell some fucking calls. Isn't Siri looking kind of interesting these days? It's got some stuff going on. I don't know how interesting that stuff's going to be, but there is a situation where the price of the stock could go up rapidly. I don't think that's the most likely situation. Explain water like I understand hydrodynamics. Hmm. Bernoulli so clever and keen showed how pressure drops when speeds are seen, and the narrowing stream flows fast like a dream, while pressure is reduced in between. I don't like it. Well, fuck you. I don't want to critique your trades, AJ. I want you to lose money. We're in a battle. God, you latch onto every trade idea like a little parasite. Like a little edge parasite. Edging parasite? It's like someone says alpha within 30 feet of you and your ears perk up. Send AJ an idiot trade that's always 100% loss. Every time I mention a position, AJ just like shows up out of the woodwork. And he's like, ooh, let's talk about this. The idiot trade list is here, but it blocks like half the screen. I have the today's trade pinned to the chat. So he's the Clippy of trading? Oh my god. Floppy. If these bulls don't push 35, I'm retiring from trading. That's fine, Cobra. But remember, no refunds. I'm profitable 9 days in a row now. Nice. That's a good streak. So you should be a billionaire. You've been trying to teach strangles for 2 years? No, I haven't really put a lot of effort into teaching them. Because there's nothing to teach. I've just said, wow, overnight strangles are really awesome. It's super cool making 8% a day. 2 to 8% a day. But still. No, under VIX 16. They're better under VIX 16. They still have okay returns because VIX just gets crushed so fast, but you definitely don't want to buy them when VIX is really high. VIX at 16's usually fine for strangles and straddles. It depends what instrument you're using though. He's trying to strangle the spy, which is awful. And then I assume he's doing the strangle so he can lever up the legs more with less capital. I mean, he's already chosen spy to reduce the total amount of capital, right? But then he's going out of the money as well, which I think is really bad. That's probably making it really difficult for the options to print on either side and giving him a really narrow window in which to exit. I canceled my membership, and as for the reason, I chose other and wrote Gherkin is mean. Hey, Dork, can we get Cobra banned on the platform real quick? He's in. Okay, cool. He's in violation of the TOS. Too late. Get wrecked. Will you refund him? No. Well, it's not a free spot. I find you to be very cordial. Thanks, Mikey. I'm a former pigeon whale. If you're not a current pigeon whale, I'm gonna move forward with the banning. I'm checking right now. Hmm. God damn it, there's a grace period. I don't know if he's actually a pigeon whale or not anymore. Shit. Well, I'm gonna check again in 2 days. So yeah, put that in your pipe. You have way too much power. I don't know what you mean. It doesn't show in YouTube? No. Well, I think I can find it, but not really. You've been timed out 5 times in the last year, Cobra. I wonder how many times Bob's been timed out. uh, that's some good shit. You've only got 5 timeouts in the last year, too, Poopy. How many times have I been timed out? 24. Bob's been timed out over 200 times. Carl went through a phase where he liked timing me out. That was when he found out that Colonel was going to be older than Barl. What happened to the days when Gherk timed himself out? It was too democratic. Bob has the most. Bob has been timed out the most out of anybody by a long shot. Today was your first time out? Well, there's your second. It's more than 1x per day per trading day. Where Bob gets timed out like every 5 minutes. Why can't we break 30? Did you time out Atomic? Oh, fuck. AJ's back. Why didn't you time him out for longer? We can feel the dump incoming. MQ is crowning. If they fail this breakout, where can it slide to? 20? That's where support is. AJ can't talk to you right now, Dan Secret. He's timed out for 1,800 seconds. Can you time me out for my port? You still haven't answered my questions about what you're doing wrong. Is AJ J-roll or is J-roll AJ? I don't know which is more concerning, if true. It's only concerning for the people that pay for his Discord. Yeah, it was creepy. Did you ever see his weird messages to me? I remember his channel description was copied and pasted. Yeah. No, where are they? I think I posted one of them on Twitter. It was like a Twitter message that he sent me. Where he was like, "Oh my god, Gherkin, I worship you. I'm so sorry that I plagiarized you for clout." But then he was like, "But we can like work on this. We should collab over my plagiarized version of your work." Never thought about keeping a large jar of pickles in your fridge for you to shake when you're angry at the pickle jar. No? What? Okay. Red set stops on the call side would always stop out and then bounce, leaving my put leg dead, or the put would barely go in the money and stop out at break even, and then we would drop further. So you're just like skittish with the positioning and not giving it enough time for one leg or the other to print. Why are you setting stops on it? It's already fucking delta neutral. Kirk, I have this great idea. Let's collab. I'll provide no value and gimme, gimme, gimme. Is now a good time to buy PDD? Why? Because it went down? Don't you think you should maybe spend a little bit of time assessing why it went down? I think this is probably the hardest thing to learn when managing a neutral position. And only one leg is green, but the position as a whole is red. Well, you have to understand the range that you're trading in, right? Like today, we have two ranges, right? We have a bearish range between 5620 and 5600. And we have a bullish range from 5620 all the way out to 5650. I am drawing. Why is my drawing not coming up? Hold on. There we go. And so, you generally want to exit the calls on this side of the range and the puts on this side of the range. Right? And if you look at like SPX over the last few days, right? Hold on. Nothing important's happening right now. And we're looking at the same thing here, so it'll be fine. Let's just do this week for posterity's sake, right? So you're entering here, right? Now, the lower side of this is bearish. That's your 50, that's 56.15, 56.20 right there. Right? And the upside of this, up to 50, is bullish. Down to 5,600, bearish. So, if you understand this, it makes it really easy to exit your calls on the upside and your puts on the downside, right? And most days I've gotten a decent exit for puts and calls. But this is also one of the reasons you have theta, right? Is because you can carry over, like if you stay within the range, you can carry the put over day to day, right? Let me get rid of this. Or the call over, whichever you need. Wait. You're just not being patient. You're not waiting for price to overextend itself relative to the mean, right? You can average it down if you want to, but you want to be very, very sure that it's going to print, right? I don't rebuy the opposite leg. I mean, this works just as well on SPY, right? It's no different. The only problem with doing it on SPY is like notionally it's harder to achieve the dollar value change in the option because you have way less leverage per contract, right? So I mean, like the total range for SPY this week is, what is that Monday? This is Monday. The total range for SPY this week has been 58 to $63, which is tough, right? And SPX is, what, like $60, $50 of range? Do you open a brand new straddle and then have an extra leg? Yeah, sometimes. Or I just close the leg. the other leg, right? But I don't reopen the straddle. That's just burning up money. Spy doesn't have the tax advantages of SPX, XSP. He's Canadian, I think. Yep, yeah, he is. And ideally, what you want is throughout the intraday, not just end of day, right? But throughout the intraday, especially when vol is declining and we're chopping like this, you want to enter your straddle at that mean reversion point, right? So we're going into close, like yesterday, for instance, because we ran up into close yesterday. Was that yesterday? Yeah. So like here, I got my 5615s right before close, but at 15 because I know the upside range is about 35 to 50 and then the downside range is like 5600 to 5590, right? And so if I can enter my straddles in the middle of that range, I have a much better chance of having both sides of it print. What you want to avoid is entering straddles at major or minor supports and resistances. Those are very hard to exit, right? So I don't I don't know where on SPY, but like SPX 5600, SPX 5625, SPX 5650, right? Those are going to be places where you don't want to enter positions because price is likely to mean revert back to where your positioning is neutral. But it's not necessarily going to reverse over, right? Because it's a support or resistance. So, if you enter something at 5600, say it's longer dated, price is very likely to do this, but it's not necessarily likely to go back below. And the same is true for resistances, and price can trade into the resistance and then fail, right? Or just pull back into the resistance again, at which point you have zero profit. It's easier to see there's a problem when I'm trying to exit. Yeah, that makes sense. Is the general goal to exit both legs of the straddle one day after opening? Yeah, ideally. And then, I mean, you can do a lot of things to increase the profitability of the position as well. You can lever one leg up higher than the other. You can reduce theta on one side, increase it on the other. You can use it so that it's better for following like trends. Like if the market is in an uptrend, right? You don't want to just keep buying fucking dead puts, right? So you either want to buy puts with more theta so they can cover, a reversal in that trend, or you want to buy fewer puts, which is really the right answer. But you can buy fewer longer dated puts with the expectation that they won't print, right? And more shorter dated calls. And then as price climbs, you just end up with a lot of free, longer dated puts, right? Plus the yield on the calls. And then when price does reverse, it just falls into all that positioning that you already have open. What? Don't buy puts in an uptrend? Okay, Mister, I only buy puts at the bottom. At the bottom of uptrends, yeah. They keep going up. I mean, you specifically like to buy puts on aggressive bounces, is what I've noticed. Like, we test a key level of support, bounce 100 basis points, and you're like, I'm buying the 100 basis point out of the money put, which is great if the market's crashing. Not so great when it's actually just bouncing. Are you buying a put with more theta, or do you match capital between the legs? Not always. Sometimes I have more leverage on capital on the longer, like the well, on the more heavily levered side, right? But that, you don't need to worry about that. Worry about managing the neutral position first, and then you can concern yourself with trying to extract more profits from it. The first thing you need to know is that IWM, QQQ, and SPY are particularly bad for the strategy anyway. And then using a strangle on those instruments is even worse. You're buying like a lot of intrinsic value that probably won't get realized, or extrinsic value. And what you want to do is buy intrinsic value for less because vol is shorted, right? Spyware to Invix was over 30. That's a different scenario. 56.15 closed today, realistic? This doesn't look like it's going to stay up. Well, it's got a lot of fucking support at 56.20 and 25. I don't see a reason for it to fall below that right now. Why is oil selling off today? Because it ran 300 basis points yesterday and every CTA on the world is short it? When I grew up, I want to straddle NDX. I'm pretty sure that if you do that, you just leave it. You hope you caught like a major reversal point, and then you just open the position and wait for it to expire. I can't afford SPX, and XSP is trash. I mean, XSP is fine if you're just cash settling. But you don't want to do that because, yeah, well, it's you don't want to do that. Not unless there's a major overnight move. But most days we're gonna close roughly where we opened, right? And so you don't want to be stuck in a position trying to get rid of in the money XSP calls. But if you can't afford SPX and you insist on doing it in the lowest volatility environment of the index tracking ETFs, I still think that choosing like IWM or QQQ over SPY is a significant advantage. Not only that, you still need to straddle, not strangle. I think most of your problem isn't even that you chose SPY, especially over the last few weeks, right? Because we've had several hundred basis point moves up, which
If you were straddled on, you would have made significant returns. So I would say that the problem is that you're not straddled and that you're trying to over manage a neutral position in the intraday. And that's really common with people who've taken losses recently. Sometimes it's good to just take a couple days after a big loss and just don't do anything, right? Dwell on it, think about it, but don't let it impact your confidence to carry out your trades, and don't let it affect your decision making. Like, you need to be conscious of risk, but you can't be afraid of risk. I mean, you're not going to recover chasing worse and worse positions with less and less money, right? There's so many conflicting statements in that. They're not conflicting. They feel conflicting, but they're not. I try to trade unconscious. I know people who trade better when they're drunk or high because less inhibitions. And the paradoxes don't care about your feelings. I mean, that's what you're seeking to eliminate, right? You're trying to do it through understanding. The more educated you are, the more you understand why something happened and what you could have done to avoid it, right? And I think far too many people spend way too much time looking for their next trade instead of contemplating the one they just fucked up. And if people spent more time contemplating the trade that they fucked up and they took the time to understand what went wrong and how they could have done it better, and not blaming it on things like luck and stop losses and stuff like that, right? And really, really getting into it and trying to figure out where they went wrong, how not to repeat that mistake, they would improve their consistency, which would then breed confidence and remove fear and doubt. Over managing a position is like a classic trap of somebody who has taken a big hit and is afraid to take another one. You ever consider getting into motivational speaking? That's what I do all day. Not long ago, you recommended thinking fast and slow. It's been helpful to prevent gut reactions and FOMOing into a play. I've been really thinking it through a bit more. That's good. Kirk's the guy who sets up the chairs at the AA meeting. I feel like I overtrade because I want to be fancy or super cool for timing things perfectly. I mean, this is a compliment. You would be a terrible motivational speaker. How? Because of the meanness? Some people are motivated differently, Poopy. How do you feel about selling a call or a put against one side or the other of a straddle? It's awesome. You would appeal to a small group of people that couldn't afford you. I already do. Gherkin keeps me in check. He knows exactly where I bought a put, and I never actually tell him what I bought. Gherkin isn't mean. He's New York kind. I like that. I'm still struggling a lot with fear and irrationality 90% of the time. This is why I tell people to paper trade, because you learn consistency, and the thing you're doing becomes boring with enough repetition. And boring things aren't scary. I'm trying to find a balance between risk management and over managing. Are you done quitting now? You're back? I'm back up 17k to flat on my meta short position, which is currently a sold straddle. Okay, I'm going to start with this, and you're not going to like it. I think your risk tolerance is significantly in excess of your current skill level. If you still feel excitement from trading, you're not there yet. Well, hold on. I mean, 10x is 10x. That's going to get anybody aroused. Paper trading doesn't work for me. I actually take profits when positions are green. Why does Squid keep complaining? I don't know. He's finding himself. He was doing something that was fairly consistent for a period of time, and getting slightly better at it, but he's angry that he's not making a ton of profit on it, although he's not actually losing any money. Um, and so he's sad. I've reduced position size in half and meta. Okay. I'm not telling you that to be mean. I think you just need to take it slower. Nobody in here should ever be near blowing up, right? Like if you've funded account 2,500 or 5 grand, it should take you a fucking while to blow that up if you're managing your risk properly. Like, not only should it take a while, you need to be really fucking bad at this. No, not 2 hours. Like months? 3 ports down? That's so last month. Your stop losses are probably too tight. Or your entries are bad. Paper trading is boring. I mean, so is practicing piano, right? But you don't get good at piano playing live concerts. Ooh, I have to check my corporate email. Hold on. Fancy. Did you put on your business slacks to do that? Yeah. You need to essentially not listen to anything Greg says and YOLO everything into AMC. Oh. I am wearing loafers, but they're house loafers. So, but then I can't translate it over. That's because when you start playing with real money, you're doing things differently. Which means you probably just didn't paper trade enough. You probably like paper traded one $5,000 account to 10K a couple times and you're like, I'm good to go. Try doing it like 150 times or 200. Whatever number you think is way too excessive. That many times and then double it. I blew up my paper account, so here I am. Ooh, Netflix lost 700. Nice. There's a lot of support. We might just keep pressing against 30 for a while. We may not get like a big failure here. I thought it was breaking even until I realized that every time I blew something up, I just put more money in. House loafers are mighty swanky. They're Uggs. Do we have enough time to test 35? Yes. I totally don't hyper fixate and paper trade on Saturdays and Sundays. Mm. Do we have the same Ugg house shoes? I don't know. Do we? I have these. Is that what you have? I can't find my actual ones. They're black, but they look like this but black, and they have like grayish stuff. When you were paper trading, did you keep your capital in a bank account or did you park it in like a Vanguard ETF or SPY or something? Um, where did I have my money in back then? When I first decided I was gonna start trading, I think I had like half of my money in like a closed end fund that was at like 8%, and then the rest was just in like a savings account. That's like when I started to like save money to quit my job and start trading, like around that time. Is I covered in mud? What kind of mud are you covered in? People pay for that. The worst kind of mud? Oh no. Kendra mud? Truffle butter? 5650 end of day push still on the table? We could. There's a lot of fucking sold calls there. It's gonna be really hard to get above 5640, but I mean, it's not impossible. Very unlikely. I mean, that's a huge move from where spot is now. Loafers look like they do a good job at keeping hot dogs warm. I've never put hot dogs in them. How about down to 5610? I don't know. There's an awful lot of support at 25 and 20. Not impossible, but we need NQ to sell off back to VWAP. I guess it could happen. We could get back to, yeah, like 50, we could get back to like 5610 if that were the case. Event vol tomorrow? For what? There's no data tomorrow, right? It's like Bostic speaks at night. That's after market close. EIA shit. Some oil stuff and a 5-year note auction. I mean, there's not going to be like event vol priced into 0 DTs for tomorrow. Nvidia's earnings are after hours. Is that the key to wealth? Just make it to 100K and full port TCPC and O? No. Things do get a lot better at 100K, but they also get a lot better at 500K and 750 and a million and 5 million. How about stack at 5630? I would prefer that's not what happens here. How many times have I been timed out? 47 and now 48. Does it make sense for newbies to wait until the second half of the day in order to get some info on ranges and such? You could. Check TMs. What, did the market just stop moving? Or did my internet go out again? What's up, Popcorn? Do you think the bear flag on Hal is bullish? Not necessarily. I expect it'll probably eventually fail and test the long-term trend. So for an IWM straddle overnight, we're approaching the previous top around 219. Does that affect how you enter your call leg? Mm, the previous top, no, not so much. Let me see something here. Mm, are you talking about like the intraday top? No. Like this looks like it's failing its breakout, right? But and is ultimately a head and shoulders, where the neckline would be at like 214, right? So I mean, I think this is failing, but slowly. So it may not. I mean, the strike you enter at here might not matter a lot, but theta could, depending on how long this consolidation takes to play out. ETF FTDs could have some effect on Fubo next week. I don't know if it'll be that substantial. Um, but if labor data isn't recessionary, that'll probably be very good for small and mid caps, which could exacerbate the ETF FTDs being covered. So you've done it, right? You're wealthy enough to do essentially everything you want within reason. So is the market just the greatest puzzle to you? I don't know, maybe. I've always been kind of obsessed with it. It's not just the greatest puzzle, it's the greatest game. You can't play puzzles against people. It's like the ultimate competition, right? More than sports or games of chance or skill. It's hard to tell versus a flag versus a pennant. What? One of them is like equilateral consolidation, and the other one is tightening consolidation. It's not hard to differentiate between them at all. Very frequently, pennants turn into flags, right? You get a pennant, and then it breaks down, and then continues up and becomes a flag. I'm going to take a look at HAS. Yeah, sure. It's having out. Seems like a play for a recession. Uh, why? I think their payout ratio is still too high. They need to cut their dividend. There's some issues there, but why do you think a good play for a recession? It's been a long time since they've had like really positive growth. You ever think about people who aren't worth 8 figures and laugh? Also, wind Carvana down. I'll try to get you a jacket made sometime this week, Poopy. Um, I don't know. Carvana's still kind of topping out. There's still a lot of fucking call positioning at 60, which is annoying. If on the put leg, give it time to fall, not have too much capital in your call leg, and the failing trend. That could be a good idea. Yeah. I mean, if it's going to reverse, it's going to reverse rapidly, right? If it's going to keep falling, it's going to be slower. My goal is to grow my port to 50,000 and make 500 to 1,000 a day selling credit spreads on SVX. Is this feasible? You can make $500 a day selling credit spreads with a $2,500 account. The size of the account doesn't seem to be what matters there. It just seems to be what positioning you're going to pick. And if you're trying to sell shitloads of out of the money calls on SPX, there are several instances a year where you're going to blow up. And so, say you're selling 10 spreads at $100 a day to hit that $1,000 goal, right? And that gives you your $1,000 a day. Um, these are all going to carry at least $400 of risk. And every once in a while, you're going to lose $4,000. So you do 1,000 a day. Say you do it for 10 days straight, right? You make 10 grand. And on the 11th day, you lose 4 grand. Now you're up 6K over 11 days, and on the 12th day, you lose 4 grand. On the 13th day, you lose 4 grand. This is the problem with picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. Now you can reduce that. You can risk manage it, and that's part of building like a durable strategy, right? Is you need to beat that. So it's not as simple as it sounds. Um, Whereas you could sit on a $2,500 port and sell $400 spreads with $100 max risk a day, and yeah, you'll blow up more often, but your blowing up is much smaller. Do you ever play around with lock picking? Briefly. That was like a pandemic thing though, and I was like, this is not fun. Also, kind of like a finite skill set. Hmm. Games are usually good during a recession. They make a lot of their money off of magic, which, depending on the recession, can do really well or really poorly. $1,000 a day is a lot. Hmm. Marpo's gonna get blown up. I target 150 to $2 credit per spread, so I don't. That doesn't keep you from getting blown up. That just increases the rate at which you get blown up. So the more premium you harvest, the greater the chances of you know, failing. The further out of the money you go, the more repeatable the strategy becomes without a point of failure, but the points of failure hurt more. I picked up the hobby of lockpicking for a while when I got locked out of my house. I was never into sleight of hand card magic. Magicians creep me out, like much in the same way that clowns do. I think I got stopped out of the put side of my straddle today at it was like 5601 or something. And the call side I just got stopped out of. I don't know, like 20 minutes ago or so. I wouldn't hold till expiry. I'd close out for like $100 to $300 gain, hence needing a large port size to avoid PDT. Okay, so if you want spreads to pick up profitability really quickly, you have to sell wider spreads. I mean, this is all built into the system, right? You can't you can't dodge the risk completely. You just have to try to manage it the best you can. So if you want your spread to decay faster, you need to sell wider ones, which carry even more risk. So more risk for a shorter period of time is kind of what you're talking about. Why did your call survive the first failure of 4630? I was doing something else. I think I just didn't have a stop on it. And I was like, ah, fuck. But I didn't really care. We had support at 10. I wanted to hold them for a breakout of 4630 because I don't see any reason that we haven't hit 35 yet, besides inordinate amount of call selling at the 40 strike. The only trade with no risk is the carry trade. Well, only because central banks will protect you. Wait, did you sell a GoEV 150 put? Iron Fly at 25? I might. Still too early, but I might. Not one, two. Okay. The yield on those things is so stupid. Why don't the Japanese just use dollars? Pride. They could always peg to the dollar. Have we seen any evidence that Jensen won't just lie about guidance? He's sold $14 million worth of stock a day, every day for like a month now. Ooh, stable yen. Is GoEV gonna go out of business? Probably. Is that why the yield is so high? Well, yeah. Their Bushido code prevents them from replacing their yen with dollars. I mean, a little bit. Do you think AMD will run with sympathy and sympathy with Nvidia on a good report? Hmm. No. Why would it? I don't know. It's bullish above 50, but why? Having your largest competitor gain more market share, probably not a good thing. And then also, like, are they really related anymore? Outside of, like, improvements in enterprise sales and, like, database sales, I don't really see. I don't really see the connection there anymore, right? Nvidia's trying to become a software company. AMD's still a hardware company. Soxel, yeah. But you think AMD options aren't going to be priced up in anticipation of Nvidia earnings? Nvidia also has to explain the B100 delays, which will definitely hurt them. Will it? I mean, really, that just proves that their supply chains are cyclical, right? I can't wait to see you at Burning Man, Gherkin. I'm not going to Burning Man. YouTube does not know me. Multiple times I've seen an ad for a ditch witch. What's a ditch witch? I'm going to San Jose, then Seattle. Back to back week. Any food recommendations? Neither of those places have good food. A trencher? It shoots pipework underground. I've got one of those. Nobody in this chat has any information that any single institution in the world doesn't also have and is put into play days or weeks ago. That's not true. I mean, I mostly agree with that on earnings, but on pretty much anything else, I would say that people in finance are just as stupid as the rest of the population, largely. People assign uh, way too much omniscience to financial institutions. I don't know. Could they afford the quarterly drawdown from paying everybody out when they fire them? for less liquid chains like IWM's pretty liquid right now. I don't think you're gonna have a problem finding OI in the date ranges you want. The weeklies will be better, but I mean, I don't buy the monthlies on SPX for straddles generally. Jamie Dimon can see the future. Hmm. It was more of a dig at chat than praise for financial institutions. Playing earnings is stupid, and the reason it's stupid is because everybody in the market and the people who make the market have already priced in you playing earnings. Holding Microsoft options overnight? Yeah, I don't see why not. It's debit spread. Jamie Dimon has a better situation, which allows him to be more honest about the future. Yeah. No, I won't, Rare. Nice try, though. Slick. You've got chutzpah. Do you think I could push up or stay literally right here to close? I mean, right here into close has is definitely winning. Some of the out of the money sold call positionings like pulled back, so that might open up the upside range a little bit. It's starting to look far more likely that we just close at 25. There's definitely no more resistance at like 40, 45 anymore. I don't own BTC. Hey, Kirk, will you tell me when exactly to buy and sell? Yeah, buy low, sell high. Son Al Gaib. Sometimes he does, but not overtly. I don't know what you're talking about. Pickle Financial does not make a recommendation to buy, hold, sell, or speculate on any currency, equity, futures, or options product. If you're interested in investing, you should consult a registered financial advisor. Oh, yeah? Explain your shirt color. It's gray. What do you think? Like gray means flat day or something? You know, I don't even own a green shirt. Maybe that's why we're in a bull market. Oh my god, do I just need to buy a green shirt to crash the market? It's a gray shirt. It's like slate gray. Not black at all. What about that time you recommended me an immersion blender? How was it? Did you buy the one I suggested? That's not a security. It's an appliance. Amazon primed you one right now. Should I get an espresso maker? Wait, you have millions of dollars and you don't own an espresso machine at home? What do you let pours handle your coffee? You know they're gonna spit in it, right? Haven't used it. No, I wasn't talking about his wife. I don't think. Gherkin recommended a cuckoo rice cooker, and now I live in my 1947 Civic. We do drip coffee on weekday mornings. Oh god. Like what, like in a pot? You need to up your quality of life. It's a neat little dispenser thing. Oh my god, it's Keurig, isn't it? There's small batch roasted beans that I grind myself. Hmm. Do you have like a mocha master? That's just fancy poor people coffee. You've got money now. Treat yourself to some pressure. You know? You can afford all 9 bars. I have a mocha master. What's wrong with that? See? See what I'm talking about, popcorn? What happens if you're on the opposite side of that trade day one and day two, hypothetically speaking? You lose money. I bought like a $2,700 grinder not that long ago, but this one's different. Not only does it grind my coffee, it weighs it. What are the green matrix numbers on the left? Just some like bullshit neutral strategy I've been doing every day. I could get like a little Jura thing. No, 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 no. That's just Nespresso. No, poor people are just trying to make it cool because they can't afford espresso machines. I used a hole in the ground and a rock to smash my beans. So there's an espresso grinder that you can buy that is just a carved rock, and you put the beans in the middle and spin it. Right, and it's like 800 pounds. It's just a giant fucking rock, right? And it doesn't grind the beans properly for espresso, but it costs like 7 grand. It's a real thing. I have 3 minutes to prepare my coffee between walking the dog and the kernel handoff. Takes me 30 seconds to make 2 shots. No, I didn't order one. It's ridiculous. I'll also sell you something too heavy that doesn't work. Yeah, that's quick. You put the portafilter in the grinder, hit the button, tamp it, put it in the espresso machine, turn the espresso machine on. It's like 32 seconds. You're done. Now, if you're gonna make a latte or something, then during those 30 seconds, you've got to steam your milk also. But that's fine. I find all other forms of coffee to be like watery. They're like watery and acidic. No, acidic doesn't necessarily mean that you burnt the beans or brewed it too hot of a temperature. Also, pretty hard to burn anything that isn't a dark roast with hot water. Like medium roasts are being brewed at 200, 202 degrees. Light roasts at like 203, 205. Actually, I would say that the biggest issue with like pour over or drip brew or any of those is that you simply don't get enough heat to brew them properly. I have at least 5 years before I start behaving like a snob. No, it's like 2. You think it'll be longer, but it never is. Tomorrow's going to be another flat day, isn't it? Possibly. Maybe just big ups into the end of the day. Ooh, 15-minute to expiry QQQ calls. We want to have Kernel 2 in the next 2 to 3, and that'll keep me humble. Hmm, interesting. You can't be snobby when you've been spit up on and pooped on. Yes, you can. Some people would pay for that. I don't really like light roasts very much. What's wrong with a mocha master? Nothing for a Canadian. It's okay. You had a choice between a home and a coffee maker. I understand. Is it bearish we haven't gotten end of day pumps being above the Greeks? Well, we're not very far above them. Or at least not very far above gamma neutral. One of the big problems here is that there's not a lot of bullish positioning on the monthly chain. Come up here and say that to my face so I can make you bad coffee. Does distance matter? Sure, yeah. I mean, it's a measure of how much from neutral, right? So the further you are from like GN, the more gamma is positive and supportive. Well, no, you just run out of gamma, and so the market maker has no reason to continue to hedge gamma positively. That's gamma max, which we're nowhere near. That's really far out of the money. What the fuck is white coffee? Where does the want this end of day? Right here. Maybe slightly under 25, which is what we are, right? I also no loss 25s at 25. No loss flies at 25. Am I about to be rich? I don't know. Green coffee? Unroasted coffee is green. Oh, God, upstart? No. I guess your flies will cover that, maybe? Sold calls pulled back above us. Well, yes, a bit. It won't feel like it. Yeah. Do you have theta on your upstart shorts? Or are you trying to do near term? Hmm. I don't know what to say. What am I gonna say? This looks boring as fuck. I'm concerned nothing may ever happen again. There isn't even like out of the money sold positioning left to pull back. I'm just checking my audio. What's up with day 9? That was positive? Was it positive or negative? I don't remember. I can't see. It's very small on my screen. Hold on. Day 9 was negative. I had a dream I met Gherk last night. I feel kind of weird about. Was it sexual? Imagine a whole day of this. I don't need to. The math ain't mathing. Hmm. But you were in California or something like that. It was weird. Did we go surfing? If you did, that was probably fake Gherk. We just scraped $100 off $5. Is this what winning feels like? Or not yet, because I still need to get assigned 200% in the money. I had a couple of Gherk dreams. I remember one with an awkward pause introducing him, realizing I didn't know his name and he wasn't filling me in. You do know my name, though. Hmm. Persephone Humble Snatch? Nah, this is exciting. We're gonna get a 12-minute NQ breakout. That's what the people want, Evans. Look at everyone lining up to buy the top. Market's so bullish. Wow. Do you think NVIDIA is going to give the guidance the market needs? What guidance would that be? Jensen's going to announce that he's taking over the Fed? You were trying to be incognito. There was a bunch of other people around, and you came out of like an apartment onto a balcony, went back in, then finally came out like a king or something. Weird. Was I wearing a little crown? That doesn't sound weird at all. You should always enter and exit balconies with a flourish. You're risking your life. You should go out in style. We expect to grow revenues 35% quarter over quarter. That's lower than the current pace. Analysts expect their next earnings to beat by 77.1%, I think, for quarter three fiscal 2025. No, I was watching Game of Thrones last night with me for the first time, and yeah, I yelled, "Look, it's J Fresh," and now she thinks J Fresh is an actor. Uh oh. Has he been doxing himself again? Did he tell you what episode? Wait, who is J Fresh? The redheaded hooker with the big boobs and the heart of gold. What's the wildling with red hair and a beard? Mm-mm. Boobs. Wonder if I could build a political party around boobs. It'd be universally popular. That's how we unify the pores. Got my vote, see? Would you have a political party around peens? I mean, guns. Holy shit, this is awful. Unify the poor men? Just the men? That's not true. Women like boobs too. In my experience, it's one of the only things they'll compliment about another woman. Everyone likes boobs. It's built into our brain. Gay people, women, straight guys. Part of the program. Babies don't vote. That's ridiculous. Men don't walk around groping women, usually. Some do. But hopefully they go to jail for that. I said hopefully they go to jail for that. I'm well aware that they don't all go to jail for that. Why don't men get groped by women? Sad face. Oh, you can. If you put yourself out there, you can definitely get groped. I believe in you, FG. Just go to a nightclub. You're not gonna like who's doing the groping. Nobody likes gropers, Dave. It's an automatic red flag. I think male strippers prove that everyone gropes, right? No? Yeah, ask my dad. See? How do you know so much about male strippers? Magic Mike? Why did you watch Magic Mike? Why didn't you? And Magic Mike too? Is this guy's dad a stripper or a groper? We'll never know. Because I don't care for men. Okay, that's not the point. It's about strategy. Women like Magic Mike. If you like women, you should know what they like. That's the same reason I read that awful book. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey. So I should be Channing Tatum. We should try. Transitive property and attraction. Hilarious. I have a wife. I don't need to know anything about women since I have one and I'm not allowed to get other women. You could have spiced up your marriage with a strip tease. Ding ding. Hey, look, my butterfly landed right on the middle. Nice. The Iron Centaur strikes again. $457.21. All right. I did it in real life too. It's right there. I did one there, one there. Boop. That's not directionally ambiguous. Yeah, it was. What do you mean it's not directionally agnostic, first of all? And how is that not directionally agnostic? Price goes down, make a little bit of money. Price goes up, make a little bit of money. Price stays here, make a bunch of money. Did you actually already have that in the paper thing? Yeah, it's linked on the thingy up above. Price goes down some more, lose money. Well, but that wasn't going to happen. That's impossible. All I really did was I was short the put, and then we got stuck in the 25 range, so I concentrated my risk at spot by opening the butterfly, which was already hedged off by the short put. You guys are weird. This is why you don't make money. It's critical thinking skills and grasping the abstract. It's okay, we'll figure it out. So that was boring. This was also boring. But we did close exactly where I drew that line. I mean, exactly where I drew that line. We talked about this earlier. Look how spot on that is. It was off by pennies. Anyway, commodities down a little bit after opening slightly higher this morning. Dollar continued to decline, and yields started to turn back around near the end of the day. Correlation still pretty flat, but breaking down slightly. Really just nothing going on there. Carry trade, also pretty flat on the day. Forward yield on volatility did move negative, negative 1.09. Bond vol pretty flat alongside correlation. A little bit of tail risk hedging picked up at the end of the day. 89.86% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And positive correlation between VIX and cash VIX fell off by about 0.2. So a little bit more spread there, just highlighting the vol shorting that we saw into the back half of the day. Fed fund futures pricing in 0.925 rate cuts, which is up pretty substantially from this morning, where we were at 0.89. Yeah. So moving a little bit more towards pricing in that those rapid recessionary cuts. Anything else interesting happen today? Not really. Today was pretty boring. Tomorrow will be probably pretty boring too, but you can always harvest theta, right? Yeah, someone dies. I made $28 on Microsoft. Fuck yeah. Chill. You were off by 6 cents. Semantics. I like boring theta days. Yeah, they're fun. We get to talk about cool things like Magic Mike. Thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. I'll be here. Maybe. Well, at some point. Later, guys. Have a good night.